Greetings and salutations all. Thanks for joining us on this regular scheduled board meeting on July 24th, 2023. We'll move right to item 1.1, the appointment of Dr. Thompson as the Treasurer Pro Temp. Be it resolved pursuant to Section 3313.23 of the Ohio Revised Code that Dr. Stephen Thompson is hereby appointed as the district's Treasurer Pro Tempore to perform all of the duties and functions of the district's regular interim treasurer during the period of this meeting. Is there a motion?
I so move.
It's been moved by Mr. Perry. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Vice President Autry. Is there any discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Alexander.
Yes.
Ms. Autry.
Yes.
Dr. Hall.
Aye.
Mr. Perry.
Yes.
Mrs. McKittrick.
Yes.
Dr. Molnar.
Yes.
Passes 6-0.
Roger that. Thank you, sir. Next, we'll go to the Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Autry, would you lead us, please? Allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, next we'll move to item 1.3, Community and School Reflections. Do any board members have any community and/or school reflections that they'd like to share at this time? Dr. Molnar.
I always do. Well, first, actually, I want to acknowledge that I did have a few people reach out to me over the weekend about some things that don't appear to me to be on the agenda today, but things that people said that they were concerned about. And it looks like there might be some people here for today. And I wanted to take this time to really stress how much we appreciate how involved everyone is in our community. We might not all have time to respond to every email, so I wanted to use this community reflection time to acknowledge that we do read them and we do hear you and we do want to learn your concerns and use that knowledge to improve our district and our community. So thank you for being engaged and staying engaged. And building on from that, a couple of months ago, someone else who came to another meeting, it was a gentleman from Asian Services in Action. He came to speak about North High School. And since then, the contact has grown, and he let me know about a Happy Fresh Farmers Market, which is on Galen Drive in North Hill by Patterson Park and Jennings CLC. So I got to visit that last Wednesday. I got the whole tour, which was great because you get to see where a lot of the vegetables are growing and where they were picked from. And right now, one thing that I've forgotten, because I buy most of my vegetables from the grocery store, is what's in season, what's not in season. And so as the new things come in season, those will be available at the farmer's market every Wednesday. And so we did get some eggplants, and I didn't get any peaches, which I immediately regretted because they looked amazing, and I thought about them my entire drive home. But I do plan to be back this Wednesday. We might go and try to bring some kindergarten registration information. And it's great too, because a lot of farmers markets, traditionally they'll accept cash, but at this market they accept SNAP, they accept EBT, they accept our PEBT that a lot of students from our district get, and then also Asian Services in Action will match up to the first $25 of that PEBT, so our students can, and families can go there and pick out nice fresh vegetables and that grew not just locally, but grew, like they can say, right over there. Which is really nice. So I want to say thank you to Sa, Melissa, Kelly, and the other organizers that were there, and I look forward to seeing everyone again on Wednesday. And I wasn't going to talk about a summer camp, but I guess I will. My one summer camp update, possibly my last summer camp update. Mystery camps. I know students are having a great time visiting Oh Snap by Chill Ice Cream downtown. My son came home with a whole roll of photos that he was very excited to explain and contextualize the entire thing. So great job again, mystery camps. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Molnar. That positivity is infectious. Thank you for sharing. Are there other reflections? Ms. Autry?
Thank you, Mr. President. Since we last met, although I didn't have the opportunity to actually attend, I saw some great photos of all of our middle school and high school football team. They were at the Lock 3 African American Festival this past weekend, and I saw some great photos of these young people just in a unity circle, and I just think that's really positive. It is so important that we balance out all the negative things that we hear about our young people. So it was just nice to see that, and nice to know that that was APS, so APS proud. And thank you. I think the 100 Black Men were also partnering with us to make that happen, so thank you to that organization. Also, since we last gathered, I had the opportunity to visit the YMCA, and I was able to visit the Safety Around Water program, which APS is a part of. And I believe many of our camps incorporated it this summer. And so it was just nice to see the young people getting that exposure. If you don't know, drowning is the second leading cause of death of young people ages 5 to 14. African Americans are 3 times more likely to drown. So it's just nice to see that this program is part of APS, that we're exposing our scholars. I believe many of our third graders were able to participate in that, and I'm hoping that this district pushes forward with making this just part of what we do. And so thank you to that team who put that all together and all the partners. And thank you, that's all.
Thank you, Ms. Autry. Other community and/or reflections? Okay. So I'll share one. I was actually on North Hill on Saturday at an event called Books, Bites, and Beats. And it's everything that it sounds like. There were books, as in the Akron Public Library was there. Specifically, the North Hill branch was there. So Katie Hughes, want to thank her as the branch manager for leading that, her part in that. There were also multiple bookstore, like small bookstore businesses that were there as well. From Akron as far as ways Cleveland, and I didn't realize that there were so many small independent bookstores that were giving away, in some cases, giving away free books to kids. And there was also, they had food trucks there. They had toys and games for the kids to play. They had a craft station. They were doing the shaky egg. I think it's called the shaky egg. Thank you. Somebody laughs. Okay, the shaky egg. So just in a large Connect 4. And I'm still undefeated in Connect 4, so that's a gauntlet that's thrown down anybody. Anybody thinks you can beat me in Connect 4, let me know. Reach out, email me, call me. Okay, Mr. Perry, got you. So it's a fun night to be had by all. But where things got interesting is when I was talking to the branch manager, she was speaking to this partnership that I guess each of the libraries looks at schools in their district or their part of the city to partner with. And I just realized that sitting here in this seat, that in the last 4 years, I've never heard a presentation about how we partner with the libraries. And so I told her that I would reach out and see if we could get lunch and talk more about it. And then I'd also ask our senior staff, to really to please pull together a presentation on how we partner with the Akron Public Assembly County Library. I am a bit biased. It was my first job in high school. Was working at the downtown library, and then later at the Green Branch and what's now called the Fairlawn Bath Branch. So not that any of you cared to hear any of that, but that latter part. But it was important to me to mention it. But anyway, so and it got me thinking as well. How can we do other events like this in other parts of the city, not just on North Hill? And by the way, I should say the shout out to the North Hill CDC was also the key driver in this. And so, so again, I kept thinking like, well, this is something APS should be a part of. And she said, well, she said, well, we do partner with you on other ways, but just not through this. So I'm like, we should be a part of this. This is important. So anyway, so that's my reflection. Had a great time. So shout out to all those groups that were there. Food trucks. The food was fantastic as well. And the music, they played a tad more 80s music than I thought they were going to play, which I was perfectly okay with as well. So is that enough? That's enough. Okay. All right. I'll pause there. So are there any other community and/or school reflections before we move on with the agenda? Okay. Next, we'll move to item 1.4, request to address the board. And we'll start with Keith Friend. Keith, I think I always botch your last name. I apologize. Is it Friend? Is that how you pronounce?
Friend works. Yeah.
Oh, okay. You always say that though. Like
I grew up as Friend and sometimes pronounce it Freund.
Okay, roger that.
Thanks.
All right. And so let me read the preamble first. Sorry, excuse me.
Oh, sorry.
The daunted preamble. Okay. Request to address the board. Participants will not be permitted to speak on matters related to vendors, business matters, formal complaints, grievances, specific student or student records, personnel matters, and potential or pending legal matters. Please keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. The board will not respond, but will assign through the superintendent the appropriate person for follow-up. Floor is yours. Thank you.
Thanks. I'm going to keep this short as I understand that agenda item 14.1 has been stricken, and I'm going to trust that the assurances have been given that you will not be considering this person for employment at Akron Public Schools. But I'm extremely concerned about the HR processes at our schools. My daughter's going into 5th grade in Akron Public Schools. In this instance, community members had noticed that a huge potential problem was buried in a meeting agenda, and I don't think it should have come to that point. And then a month ago, this board made a candidate who had assaulted multiple students as a finalist for superintendent, believing these actions were not disqualifying. The candidate obviously removed themselves after the local newspaper covered this, and props to the Beacon. But it's disturbing to me that the community is being forced to monitor summer meeting agenda minute minutia, and that the local paper has to do investigations. It feels like we should be able to trust Akron Public Schools to thoroughly vet the people that we're hiring to teach and interact with our children. But I guess, I don't know. I assume our students are learning the entire process for finding correct answers. Like, that's why they go to school. We don't just give them the answer to the test. It's about getting there. And I have to help through the math homework that I'm not sure I know how to do anymore every evening to get to that answer and show all the steps. They can't skip research. They can't rush things. They can't be sloppy or careless, or they'll face consequences, which might be a missed question on a test. It might be a mistake on the basketball court, or it might be a poor ethical decision. But I find that HR and administration here is not setting that same example. And instead, the best accomplishment here are diffusing bombs that APS is creating for itself. So I would just appreciate a little more care in that regard. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Next we have Fran.
Hello, board. My name is Fran Wilson. I'm here also to speak about the agenda item that was taken off the board. Thank you for taking it off, but also there's deeper work here that needs to be looked into about who we bring around our children, who we contract and give our money to, and the fact that it got as far as the agenda is the flag, and we need to take it all the way back and look at what happened. So I hope that this board will do so and comment on it publicly next week or in the following weeks to walk us through how that happened and why it happened, and also why it was struck from the agenda. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Next we have, I think this says Lillian, is it Lillian Barnes?
I seen you guys in a while, huh? I'm also here to address the 14.1 that was speaking about the officer who was also taken off the agenda. I thank you guys for taking that off. I feel like you guys should be looking at the vetting processes a lot more as well. I think the admin should have had investigated it more before placing it on the agenda for you guys. So that needs to be more supervised when it comes down to that. And this is why parents like myself decided to take my children out of APS. As of this year, my children would not be coming back due to the fact that it seems like every time that I have came down here to address the board, it has not been addressed the way I would like it for it to be addressed. I feel like you guys sort of kind of ignore the things that we as parents or the community speaks upon when it comes down to the staffing or bullying and everything else. you guys are just doing what you want to do versus asking the community of what we're asking for you guys to do, and you represent us as parents and the children. So yes, I am blessed that my children are no longer going to be attending APS. It took a very hard process to accumulate. It was a hard decision, I'm not going to lie, because now the reason why I feel like I'm blessed, because not all three of my girls can be at the same school still. And my daughter can advocate continually for her sisters until things get adjusted. Will I probably put my kids back at APS? I seriously doubt it, but that doesn't mean that you get rid of my face that quick or my voice. So I will continue to come down here as much as I have to advocate for these children, to advocate for my community, and advocate for the parents as long as I stay in Akron. So no, you don't get used to the voice still, get used to the face still, because you're not getting rid of me that quickly. But I hope that you guys really take the community very serious, because you're going to keep on losing your students, and you're going to keep on losing parents like myself that do advocate, because we're getting tired. Have a good day.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Quinn.
Hi, first timer, so this is apologize if I'm not very good at this, but same thing about this article that was stricken from the record. I don't feel like I should, or any of us should, feel forced to like rush down here after work. I'm very dirty and exhausted, but I felt like I needed to be here to say, like, why are we just last minute finding out that these people of very bad repute are about to be rewarded with like a pretty sweet job around our kids? It brings into question like why are we trusting you guys with that? And like who's recommending people like that to these positions? I think we could all stand to do a better job. I'm grateful that it is no longer an issue, but I think we should all try to do a little better job from here on out on who we decide to put around our kids. Thanks. That's it.
Okay, I think that's all we have here. So again, the board doesn't comment on any specific instances, but let me just comment generally on two items, just so that way there's clarity. One, the board certainly recognizes that there are opportunities with regard to our HR processes and administration, and let me assure you all that we are taking this very seriously, and that steps will be taken to ensure that we improve that process by working with the appropriate individuals involved, so that way, as I think as someone put it, we're not diffusing issues at board meetings that could have been discussed and addressed without the board having to be directly involved. So that's comment number one. Comment number two, I think there was a comment, and I want to clarify this for the record, only because I think this individual deserves that. There was a candidate for superintendent that did withdraw themselves, but it was not because they were ever charged nor adjudicated to have committed assault against a student. So I think that's important that be clarified. Other than that, I have no further comments, and we'll move to item 2.1, recognitions. Madam Superintendent. Okay. Okay. Sorry, so let me just say to the audience, if you're not on the list to address the board, we don't take comments from the gallery during board meetings. So if you'd like to address the board, there's a sign-up sheet that we have in place right before the board meeting, And in fact, this board has bent over backwards to ensure that people have an opportunity to address the board. In fact, we began the board meeting late tonight because there are folks who signed up after the board meeting started that we wanted to make sure had a chance to address the board. So again, to those of you that would like to address the board, again, the next time for that is going to be at the next board meeting. This meeting is moving forward. That's I'm sorry? You have a confirmation?
Yes, confirmation from Akron Public Schools submissions successful. You want to see the video?
I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, can you talk to me?
Thank you for submitting to address the board. We will be requesting contact you.
Can you step up here? Can you step up here?
What do you got? So someone told you you would be able to address
No, I filled out the form that is on your website.
Prior to that? Go ahead, go for it, go for it, go for it, go for it. Yeah.
Sorry about that. Hi, my name is Nick.
Hey, Nick, hold on one second. We just want to have you, just so that we have public record and minutes of who addresses the board, if you can sign that for us.
So hi, my name's Nick. I'm an Akron Public Schools educator and a member of the Akron Teachers Union. I'm here to speak on the board's attempt to hire Akron police officer Brian Simcox as a school.
Sir, let me excuse you there. Again, we don't mention people's names, but that's a violation of our board policy. So you can keep moving forward, but please no more references to this individual's name.
Okay, so I'm here to speak on the hire of this officer in question. I know that the board released a statement to people today that they're not going to consider him for employment at this time, but I wanted to come and speak and make sure that at no time he will be considered for employment. So educators, students, and community members do not want this man around our schools and our kids. He has a very long record of being investigated by the police department. In 1998, as many of you might know, there was this newsletter in the police department called Signal 44 that expressed racist views and compared Akronites to animals that needed to be tracked, beaten, and tagged. When this officer in question was asked about it, he said that was hilarious. In 2017, he was investigated for illegally searching a woman's phone and stealing nudes from his phone, which he then shared with other police officers, with firefighters, with his friends, and his family. Prosecutors declined to charge him, but there was grounds to charge him with a felony. In 2019, he was again investigated for 2 incidences. The first one, he was caught sharing scandalous photos of another officer's sister. The second one involved a car crash with a person named Kira Bradley, who was a 23-year-old black woman, and I believe she was alumni of APS. She was in the passenger seat of the car. When this officer arrived on the scene, he used his personal cell phone to take pictures of the wreck and take pictures of her bloody face. In the investigation, when other officers were interviewed, they said that this officer had potentially showed hundreds of people the picture of this wreck and the picture of this Kira Bradley's bloody face. And one officer specifically said he zoomed in on her face and told him that he could hear her moaning when he was taking the picture. And she unfortunately died in that car wreck. So I really have to ask why we would consider, anybody in APS would consider hiring a person like this. And to be honest, to overhear Derek Hall say that this person has already worked shifts makes me deeply concerned for the safety of my students. It brings into question the integrity of the school resource officer and police liaison programs. It brings into question the integrity of APS's hiring process. And it brings into question like APS's commitment to student safety. And so I do want to ask 3 things. One is I want to know the members that recommended this man to be hired. 2, I want to know what the hiring process for school resource officers and police liaisons are and who oversees the hiring evaluation and training of these individuals. And 3, I would really like to know the names of the other school resource officers and police liaisons, because if we can't trust APS to investigate these people, I would like to know who my students are around so I can try to protect them. So I would like answers to that by the next board meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that we may have missed that signed up to address the board? Okay. Well, next we'll move to item 2.1, recognitions. Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Dr. Hall. This evening, during our meeting, you will be voting to accept 15 GAR Educator Initiative grants. We would like to take a moment to celebrate the outstanding work of 15 exceptional teachers who have been awarded the prestigious Educator Initiative grant from the GAR Foundation. These grants were a result of their passion, dedication, and innovative spirit in shaping the education of our students at the elementary, middle, and high school levels. However, these grants would be impossible without the support of the GAR Foundation. The GAR Foundation is the largest private foundation in Summit County with a mission to help Akron become smarter, stronger, and more vibrant. At this time, I would like to have Megan Mannion, who's our district grant lead, come forward and provide some additional information. She's also going to do a special introduction of our GAR honored guest.
Well, thank you. So, Kristen Toth, I would like you to stand up here next to me, please. If you don't know Kirsten Toth, she is the Senior Vice President of the GAR Foundation, and she is just one of the many members that support the ingenuity, the creativity, and the passion of our staff, our educators, that align to the goals and missions of the GAR Foundation. So the EIG, the Educator Initiative Grant, is just one of many things that the GAR Foundation supports Akron Public Schools. We all hear about our essential experiences and things of that nature. That is the GAR Foundation. So I'm going to just read a little bit about, because we had 22 submit, which is amazing. That just shows you the level of amazing educators we have in our district. They're just top notch. So the diversity of grants being, and you have to stand here because you are so essential. The diversity of our grants being awarded this evening showcase the depths of creativity and commitment within our teaching community. For example, vertical gardens for creative leaders, which we kind of heard, in our community share out from Krause CLC, fosters creative thinking and problem solving while promoting healthy living. The Transformative Future Climbers program is led no other than by a former APS student who graduated and empowers other APS scholars to impact them on college and career readiness and financial literacy. The equally inspiring Think Before You Ink, and I'm just giving you some examples of some of the new grants that were submitted. Cross the bridge, or bridge the cultural and school boundaries, connecting Innis scholars and Jennings scholars through print-making exchange. We can agree the GAR Foundation and their commitment to our initiatives are truly changing our students' lives. The GAR Foundation has been supporting Summit County school educators for over 12 years. As a matter of fact, we applaud even past recipients who have continued innovating and growing their initiatives because of the seed money of the GAR Foundation. We had 5 educators actually submit initiatives and were awarded. We have educators making history come alive with middle school students, nonetheless, through immersive experiences by sharing period clothing. Yes, they actually get to dress up and feel what wool and walking in cobblestone shoes feels like, or actually turning and churning butter the old-fashioned way. But it's through the efforts of Lucille Esposito, who is sitting over there, wave, Miss Lucille, who makes those connections with our KSU partners. And so this initiative is actually bringing in KSU's School of Fashion to make this even further in reaching our students. We want to, William Butler Yeats, I know we have some English teachers in here, sums up best the GAR Foundation and their support of Akron Public Schools. Education is not filling of a pail, but lighting a fire. And that is truly what we have here, not only with our 15 outstanding educators, but it is the relentless recognition of the excellence that the GAR Foundation does daily for students, for our educators, and our communities. Without the leadership of Kirsten Toth and the GAR Foundation, we could not stand here and accept these wonderful and exceptional projects. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Megan. And certainly the work that we do at the foundation could not happen if we didn't have the wonderful and willing partners at Akron Public Schools. It makes it easy to work and do the work that we do when we have fantastic teachers and the great solid leadership that Akron Public Schools shows each and every day. Yeah, there's problems. I've heard from some of our audience members. It's a challenge to run a district this large with so many students and so many families to serve. But I've been doing this for a long time. I've been here 16 years. And folks like Megan, she's a gem. She has made this program really solid. And my close colleague, Lucille Esposito, she's in your classrooms and in your buildings each and every day for the last 9 years, making sure your teachers get to generate their ideas and turn them into great grant applications for your students. So thanks for working with us, and we want to continue to do so and keep those grant applications coming. Thanks so much.
So Megan, I'm sorry, I have to ask a question. So who are the educators? I thought we were going to say who the educators were. Is that?
We have a whole list. So,
But there were 15, right? Is that here? Is it in board docs?
yeah,
It is. Okay. It is. Okay. So can we recognize them? Can we say their names? I mean,
It's in board docs.
yeah. Can we say their names?
Under
That's
2.1.
because I want to make sure that the shine goes where the shine's supposed to go. So this is very important. So let's say their names.
It's 19.3.
19.
Yes.
Great.
Yep, I see it right here.
And some of these are with teams.
Okay.
So they're not all in isolation, which is, again, impressive that in everything that they're doing, that they're using their PLCs, they're staying after school, and they're just really doing amazing things for our students. So first would be STEM High School, Zach Griffith, and he's addressing community needs. He received $10,000. Bookdale teacher, Shannon Turek, Love of Literacy, and she receives $7,340. Joyce Johnson is our teacher at Krause. It's Time for Seeds, Vertical Gardens, and that was $5,000. East High School, Rosemary Fitzpatrick, our CTE teacher, digital media specialist at East High School. Kim Toss worked with Bryce Harris at Firestone High School for Future Climbers program. Helen Arnold, Bryce Harris, who is also a former student of APS and currently a counselor at Helen Arnold. I think we saw him in the newspaper not too long ago. Breakfast Club, there for students when it counts. Sarah Mizak is one of our coaches at higher middle school, and this is her third. This is her third application, and she is getting these middle schoolers to play games, and they've grown it from 6th grade to 7th grade to 8th grade because she's noticed that there was a gap in 6th grade in intramural sports, and she really had an idea, met with Lucille, 3 years, even over COVID. So Michelle Nanesto, higher middle school again. She's a social studies teacher, and she definitely gets those kids dressed up in period pieces, and is working with Firestone's and Kent State's art teachers or their fashion. Summer Lamp, as well as her husband, Michael Lamp. So Summer Lamp, calm, creative, and collaborative in the library. And Michael Lamp, trauma-informed and inclusive learning spaces. He actually worked with his students who helped write and craft that entire grant. So when you think about authentic learning experiences, he turned that experience over to his students and really gave them a voice. Jennings and Innes, Dan Hughes, Think Before You Inc. Shar Tabata, I think this is her third year. She's a teacher over at King, nourishing student voice and choice. Jen Cooper is a teacher over at Litchfield. She's their coach, Litchfield Cafe. Andrew Schifano is a Litchfield music teacher, and he is going to actually get kids to build their own guitars. I mean, it's fascinating. Our teachers are so creative. And lastly is Mason Erin Van Hughes, and this is her second or third year. Is it her third? Okay. Lucille has been instrumental in making sure she works with and encourages all of this creativity, and it's mending monarchs and butterflies with their gardens at Mason. Okay, so thank you for letting me know.
Thanks, Meg. I think it's important to recognize those teachers publicly and say their names and say the projects and whatnot. So thank you for all that. Again, appreciate the support of GAR. Kirsten, thanks for being here as well. I think Ms. Esposito, thank you as well for being here. We certainly appreciate your efforts in service to our kids. Okay, and I'm looking forward to hearing more about how these go, by the way, at some point. So, because again, they're all very interesting in their own unique way, which I think is the beauty in this, right? So, okay, now that I've sidetracked us, let me move us on to item 3, which is communication presentations. Madam Superintendent.
So at this time, I would like to introduce to you Mr. Howard Lawson, who will be presenting an upgrade to our Munis Enterprise Resources Planning Tool, and Mr. Zach Hanshaw, who is our new Mr. Lawson, who will discuss the future growth of automating our hourly employee timekeeping process. So please come on up.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed board members, honored administration and staff, and valued community members. My name is Zach Hanshaw. I'm the Executive Director of Technology Services, and behind me is my colleague, Mr. Howard Lawson, who I'm transitioning and taking his place as the retiring Executive Director of Technology Services. So tonight's presentation is going to consist of 2 parts. The first part is Munis Moves to the Future, which Mr. Lawson is going to take over here shortly, and this is a project that he's been working on, and we felt it was necessary for him to take the leadership on this as he's transitioning to me. And then the second part is the Ultimate Kronos Group installation. Just for clarification purposes, you as the board, you're voting for the first part, the Munis presentation that Mr. Lawson is going to be talking about here shortly, and then the Ultimate Kronos Group installation that I'll be presenting is information for you all, and it will be at a later board date, but you'll see how the 2 projects kind of interconnect between each other and why we're presenting them as such. So I'll go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Lawson for the first part.
Good evening. It's my pleasure tonight, this evening, to talk about Munis and where we're headed, okay? And first off, I'd like to make sure everybody understands what Munis is. Munis is an enterprise resource planning software package which automates business practices and operations. Primarily in Akron, we're looking at these 5 areas here. Finance, you may be taking a look at making sure your purchase orders and your payroll is processed correctly. Human resources might be a scenario where you're processing, you're hiring and individuals and making sure their payroll accounts, security, and the software they have access to is in order. Logistical. This is making sure that we have orders on time, in the right place, in order to operate our school system smoothly. And supply chain management could be a great example of making sure that we have all 4th grade positions filled, and if we don't have one filled, we know exactly what building it is that needs the individual. The Munis system ensures cross-functional support of all business practices. In other words, it all has to work together. If I know which side of the clicker to push, I've moved correctly. We can't embark upon the future of Munis, and we're suggesting today it be a software as a service, without collaborative effort of all of these groups. Our human resource department, our business finance department, our school locations, our treasurer's office, and of course, the technology service department. We all have to work together in order to make a transition that's in the benefit of all of our students. Why now, you may ask? Especially after Munis has served us well for 11 years at this point. The data security features of a SaaS environment are critical enhancements. Plus, it provides us cost savings after 3 years in comparison SaaS versus on-premise of $60,000. SaaS, if we SaaS at this point, we would save the expense of about $620,000 in future expenses in the 24 and 25 fiscal years. It allows us to support our on-site software. Our support of our on-site software is decreasing. In other words, when we have an issue in Akron on-site, we have to call and gain support from Tyler Munis itself. That support is decreasing as we speak because the industry itself is moving to a scenario that they call software as a service. If we move at this point, we also will allow all of our users to have 100% access remotely, wherever they're at, because it's a web-based product. It also provides us a disaster recovery, shifts our responsibility to the Munis, which is really very huge. And it gives us greater protection against ransomware attacks. If we looked at the comparison here on our charts, I'm trying to take a look at 1 year versus the other. The top one is our SaaS environment. The bottom portion is Munis as on-premise. You can see that the software side, when we SaaS it, is flat in years 25 and 26. We've established the cost of that at this point in time. We are asking you to support the Tyler Munis project manager of $158,000 or so in order for us to collaborate all of the departments you have seen so that we make a smooth transition in this calendar year. If we do that and are successful, down here on our SaaS environment, we save these expenses. We would no longer need to make them because by converting to the software as a service, we no longer have to upgrade our servers, our Nutanix boxes. We have several of them, and that cost is about $421,000 at this point. We would no longer need to make our 3-year software support piece on our Nutanix boxes. And so in the long run, we have saved services $60,000 over this year, and we will ultimately not need to make purchases of approximately $620,000 in future years. In order to support this initiative, we are recommending that we freeze one technology position in order to help defer the cost of the project manager from Tyler Muniz. Do I have any questions? And candidly, in the last 10 days, I've lost all hearing, so I'm going to have to call Zach up here to help me. Is that what you told them?
No, I didn't say anything.
All right, well, I have lost all hearing, and so if there are questions, I'm going to have to ask Zach to help interpret them for me so I can answer them. Are there any questions at this point?
So it just sounds to me, gentlemen, overall, it sounds like the old system is becoming obsolete, if you will, right? I mean, because the support is dwindling, it's going to cost us more in the long run to keep that old system.
Exactly, and that's what, it's basically upgrading our on-premise to a cloud version of it. Okay. So right now, a lot of companies are deprecating on-premise and moving to SaaS, software as a solution, and this gives us an opportunity to save money, because where we don't have to replace that on-premise hardware and that on-premise support as well. So, yeah.
Okay. Are there concerns we should know about up front, with the system? Other people have used it, you said, other companies? Are they reporting any major issues we should be aware of?
Correct. So Columbus City Schools just moved from their on-premise within the past year to the cloud version. Okay. So, and then Summit County, I believe, as well.
Summit County moved this past year to a SaaS environment also.
Okay. So there's been 50 to 60, if I remember correctly, other large-scale operations, employees our size and districts our size, or businesses our size that have moved from on-premise to the SaaS. So it's not like we're the first one. Sure. The company that we're utilizing and moving with has a lot of experience.
Okay, but no big problems that they've shared or things you've seen that we need to look out for?
No big problems. No.
Oh, okay.
No.
Okay.
That's why we're suggesting a project manager.
Yeah.
So that as we find where our on-premise system doesn't align exactly with the SaaS premise, the SaaS environment, we're going to gain their support in trying to say, this is what you need to do to make it align.
And we also offset in your chart there, we offset the cost of that project manager with freezing the one open position, right?
Right.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Other questions?
You're on.
Yep.
Thank you.
So the second part of the presentation is in regards to UKG. And if you've probably heard of Chronos, which is a time and attendance technology that automates the time collection process for hourly employees. And that is kind of what we're looking at to improve processes moving forward around our hourly employees. And why it's part of this discussion is implementation would follow the implementation of the Muniz SaaS solution. We can't simultaneously roll them out. We have to wait until we move the on-premise SaaS to the cloud, and then we would have the UKG implementation, so we point it to the cloud. There wouldn't be duplicate work. We'd start working on this project now, and we'd waste a month or 2 months of work, because whenever we make that switch, then we'd have to point it to the cloud. So more accurate time collection for hourly employees, overall reducing errors that generate costly overtime, and then in turn, creating this automated process is we have clean data and secure data. Therefore, the reports that we're sending to the ODE is vastly improved. So what type of return on investment are we getting? We're going to improve productivity and time savings by reducing those manual tasks. No more spreadsheets, no more manual forms for tracking time currently, we're creating a uniform time clock system throughout the district to save that time. We're going to engage employees with union interaction about the positive impact of an automated timekeeping solution. As I mentioned before, we're going to be removing those manual tasks, that manual, and removing that inefficiencies and creating an automated process and moving forward. We're going to ensure compliance by navigating to an automated system that keeps us with consistent, clean, and secure data. And then lastly, we'll be able to manage our labor costs more effectively. We'll be able to derive a variety of data reports across the district to see how and where our costs are occurring and ensure we're making informed decisions. So the resources needed. Of course, we're going to need time clocks at all 90 of our locations. We have a software acquisition agreement currently, but we're working on fine-tuning it and then planning that implementation plan designed around Munis SAS. So as we build this timeline for Munis SAS, our agreement and implementation plan is going to change. So again, just giving you a little bit of information regarding the steps moving forward. So what is it going to cost? So the hardware, the actual physical time clocks at all 90 of our locations is roughly $324,000. So if you look at 90 across the district, each device is around $3,000 to $4,000. The hardware installation, where the company is actually installing it in our locations, in our schools, running the network, wire to them, setting up power, is roughly $17,000. The implementation, which is now that you have the time clock set up and installed, you're setting up the modules, you're setting up the software, connecting everything together. This is including the training and so forth, is $59,000. The yearly cost for hourly staff is $32,000, and this is your licensing fee that would be annual. So the other fees that you're seeing on here would be your one-time fee for buying the hardware, installation, and implementation. Then the $32,000 would be an annual fee. Again, just as a note, this is just informational only. The agreement's still kind of being finalized, of course, depending on your guys' approval moving forward. But we wanted to show how the two projects come together and looking at creating a more consistent, more effective way to capture our timesheets across the district. Questions? Now, just as clarification, you're not voting on this part here. You're just going to be voting on Mr. Lawson's. This is informational of the two projects.
Yeah, Mr. Perry?
So the general maintenance of these machines, these time clocks, that wasn't addressed in your slide there. Can you give us some information on that?
Yeah, absolutely. So coming from West Virginia, I can reference that the maintenance of time clocks usually is not an issue. There's 99% uptime. We had time clocks in our district, being the largest public school district, for 8 years. We didn't replace them.
Okay.
So that is not a fee because it's just the boxes on there. Usually, not usually, you just see those annual licenses of utilizing the software.
Okay.
Good question.
Well, thanks.
I just have, did you have a question, Ms. Autry?
Yeah, actually, it was just more of a comment and a thank you. A district our size, definitely, this upgrade and modernizing our processes is just appreciated. So I just want to thank you for your work, both of you, on getting us upgraded in this area.
Thank you.
And then also too, so our teachers won't be using Kronos. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Those are just our hourly employees.
Okay.
That's correct. Good question.
Okay, just want to clarify. I'm glad that we're asking good questions. Thank
Yes.
you. So let me try to ask one more good question.
Yeah, absolutely.
If it's bad, tell me it's a bad
Okay, I will.
No. So from a reporting standpoint, again, I know Ms. Autry and I have experience with Kronos, but can you just comment for the rest of the board and maybe the audience, the reporting capabilities and how much easier it is in a system like this?
Absolutely. So just from my experience as a district leader in West Virginia as well, you have the ability, wherever you're utilizing this software as automation, you're going to have weekly emails, you're going to have data reports that's instantaneous as a department leader or any of our senior administration or any of our department leaders at any time can review, okay, overtime, what's occurring here, what's happened, why is this overtime occurring? So that let alone improves efficiency across the district versus the way that we just have manual spreadsheets or manually calculating and keeping track of things. Hopefully that answered your question.
No, as long as it was a good question.
It was a good question,
okay.
too.
Okay. Are there any additional questions from members of the board? Yeah, Mr. Alexander?
Yeah. And I appreciate you guys doing this as well, because this is something we've had for years at the court, and we've had it for our detention staff. We have to come in 24-hour system, and it does allow you to see when there's overtime. And like you said, the manual anything can be put down. When you use the Kronos system, it has a stamp on it that says, hey, this is when they came, this is when they left. If they left too soon or they left too late, why? If it's overtime, what was the overtime for? So it gives you all those questions. Absolutely. So I appreciate that, and I'm glad that we're taking the time to upgrade our system at this time. So thank you, guys. Thanks, Howard.
Thank you.
Well, I think, Ms. Autry.
Do we know how many hourly employees do we have?
We have roughly 1,200, if I believe correctly. So that's what our pricing is on 1,200 licenses.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Going once, twice? Okay.
Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thanks so much. Okay, next we'll move to item 4, the approval of previous meeting minutes. Is there a motion to approve the meeting minutes from 7:10?
I so move to approve those meeting minutes.
Okay. It's been moved by Mr. Perry. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, roll call, please. Dr. Thompson.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Mrs. McKittrick?
Yes.
Dr. Molnar?
Yes.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Mrs. Autry?
Yes.
Dr. Hall?
Aye.
Motion carries 6-0.
Okay, next we move to personnel recommendations, items 5 through 16. Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, President Hall. I wish to recommend approval of the personnel recommendations presented in categories 5 through 16.
Okay, is there a motion?
So moved.
So moved by Ms. Autry. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Perry. Is there any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, roll call, please. Dr. Thompson.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Mrs. McKittrick?
No on 6.7, 6.8, 6.11, yes on the rest.
Dr. Molnar?
Yes.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Mrs. Autry?
Yes.
Dr. Hall?
Aye.
Motion carries 6-0, 5-1 on 6.7, 6.8, and 6.11.
Thank you, Dr. Thompson. Next, we move to items 18 through 21, our consent agenda. Madam Superintendent.
I wish to recommend approval of the resolutions and motions presented in category 21. They are in proper format, and I move their approval.
Okay, is there a motion?
So moved.
It's been moved by Mr. Alexander. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Ms. McKittrick. Is there any discussion? Ms. Autry.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to, again, acknowledge the folks who continue to support APS, all the donors for general expenses, to support Project Rise. And also, I found it really interesting, the Cleveland Browns donation for STEM high school tournament for high school girls flag football team. So thank you to all of those donors for supporting our scholars.
Thank you, Ms. Autry. Is there any other discussion? Okay, roll call, please, Dr. Thompson.
Mrs. McKittrick?
Yes.
Dr. Molnar,
Yes.
Mr. Alexander,
Yes.
Mrs. Autry,
Yes.
Dr. Hall,
Aye.
Mr. Perry.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you, Dr. Thompson. Next, we'll move to item 23, our business affairs recommendations. Madam Superintendent.
I wish to recommend approval of the business affairs recommendations presented in category 23.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Is there a motion?
So moved.
It's moved by Ms. Autry. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Mr. Alexander. Is there any discussion? All right, roll call, please, Dr. Thompson.
Dr. Molnar,
Abstain 23.37, 23.38. Yes on the rest.
could you repeat that one more time?
I think I'm on the, sorry.
You went
23,
25
1,
and 26.
2, 23. I am off here.
Is it the Cleveland State items?
Cleveland State, is that 23, 5, 23, 6?
Roger that. Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm like, how did I get off here?
So you're
Sorry.
abstaining from 23.5 and 23.6?
Yes.
All right. Sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Thompson.
Mr. Alexander,
Yes.
Ms. Autry,
Yes.
Dr. Hall,
Aye.
Mr. Perry,
Yes.
Mrs. McKittrick.
No on 23.9, 23.12, 23.26, 23.27, 23.34, 23.35, 23.36, 23.41. Yes on the rest.
This job looks very simple, but as you can see, it's getting complex. Okay. Motion carries 6-0 with some abstentions and some objections, which I have duly noted for the record.
Roger that. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Next, we'll move to item 25, the superintendent's report. Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, President Hall. As the superintendent's report at this time, I would like to ask that Keith Lichty Clifford come forward to provide a I Promise school presentation.
Good evening.
I'm going
Yes,
to
ma'am.
introduce you a little. Keith Lichty Clifford. I feel like I need to do a brief introduction. I'm sorry. Our Director of School Improvement will be giving a presentation on the I Promise School. Keith served as the APS liaison for the I Promise School from its inception until last school year. And we've also asked that Dr. Caver, our CAO, tag team with Keith if you have any questions following the presentation.
All right. Well, thank you, Principal Outley, and to the board for allowing us to be here and our wonderful community members to hear about the work. So just to remind everybody, because it has been a while since we've talked IPS, I wanted to point out some of the highlights and some of the things that make us unique in Akron Public Schools. So we did open just before the pandemic in 2018, and that was a collaborative effort with over 150 stakeholders, including folks from the LeBron James Family Foundation, directors from Akron Public Schools, and then community partners, parents, and students. And from those meetings, that was a year-long planning phase, and from that came three principles in our master plan. So being trauma responsive, STEM-infused curriculum, and wraparound supports are what make I Promise the We Are Family, the I Promise School. So we started with grades 3 and 4, and every year we've been building capacity, adding one grade level at a time as they age up. So even through the pandemic, we were welcoming students virtually. They were stepping foot into IPS virtually. So that was kind of weird when we came back in person, and here are these students that we got to know for a year online, and they're stepping foot in our building. One of the other things that made us unique is the extended school day and the extended school year. As an elementary school, they have the longest day of all of our other buildings because we've adopted a middle school schedule there. So those scholars get a little bit more reading and math time in the elementary grade levels. We also have a unique calendar, which you know, so that extends that learning year and cuts into that summer loss. And then between the LeBron James Family Foundation and the Akron Public Schools, we're able to fill the summer with plenty of programming for our scholars so that they truly get that year-round experience. Home visits is something long ago that we brought back, knowing that family is important and getting to know our families early on. The teachers there do home visits before school starts and in the first couple months of the school year. We were the first family resource center sponsored by and run by the LeBron James Family Foundation. Now several other family resource centers in the district. Summer camps, as I mentioned, that very first year, we had 4 weeks of camps, and we continue to provide opportunities for the students. And too many to list, but I think one of the cool things that we have at I Promise is the Media Lab, sponsored by Colleague Media and WKYC, a state-of-the-art facility that our students use to do their morning announcements. And Channel 3 News can also come in and deliver the news. But many cool partnerships stemmed from this relationship in this school. So the student selection. So you know that I Promise School is serving some of the most at-risk students in our district. So just to give you kind of an overview, we look at Christmas time, we look at the second graders that are currently in Akron Public Schools, and we pull multiple years of reading data, and we find those students who are trending along the 25th percentile. The 25th percentile means we're 2 years or more below our grade level. And so that's significantly at risk. And so from those lists of students, we put them in a lottery, taking 20 students from each cluster, so we get a mix across the district. And then we offer spots. So we're the only specialty school that doesn't do an application first. We contact the parents and say, would you like to be part of the family? And then they choose to stay or come to us. So because of the random selection, our numbers look different than a traditional school in Akron Public Schools. So not only are 100% of our students starting at risk, we have tended to be high on students with disabilities. So as you look across the grade levels there, and we have lost a few kids over the year, so we take typically 120 students per grade level, and now we're fluctuating around 90, I would say, if I have to give an average. And you can see some grade levels like 4th and 6th grade are very high with students with disabilities. And so there's extra staffing and supports available for those students and those teachers in that grade level. We also have many ESL students. We have a full-time teacher and a part-time teacher, I believe, this year, about 60 students who are English language learners or English learners. And so they receive additional supports as well, but I wanted you to see what that looks like. Pretty consistent across the grade levels. And then gender. We don't have a control in our random selection for gender, but it has pretty much balanced itself out. And you can see there, 60 females and 41 males in 3rd grade. 8th grade looks the most equal. And then our overall demographics. So our federal race demographics, you can see that we have just about 60% of our students are Black. The next subgroup is white, and you can look there and see the remaining. And before I jump into the data, I just wanted to share a couple highlights that I noticed with our team here at APS. The attendance rate at IPS is higher than the district average. Our 3rd grade reading guarantee IPS promotion rate was 97%. And for those of you that are not sure what that is, until last week with House Bill 33, every third grader needed to pass the Ohio State test or meet a cut score on the iReady is what we use. And so 90% of those third graders would have met that criteria and moved on to fourth grade. We had a higher reading growth in reading, so that's the iReady measure for our non-selected scholars, and I'll talk a minute about that. And then our retention rate. So when we talk about mobility and students coming in and out of our district or in and out of our school, I promise for that inaugural group of 8th graders, they were about 75%. So of that 120 that came in, about 75% stayed. So as we dive a little deeper into those numbers, I wanted to try to do the best I could with an apples to apples comparison. So we took a look at all of the students who were in the lottery. So that means there's roughly 1,500 kids in second grade when we do the lottery. And so as we're combing through there to find all the students who are trending around the 25th percentile, that list could be 400, 500 students. And so what I did is I took a list of the kids who qualified. They were in the lottery, but their number wasn't pulled as my control group, because those students academically were the same starting place as the students that I promised. And so I'll show you that comparison on the next few slides. So you can see, as I mentioned, attendance. So we're at 88.99%, whereas the non-selected students are at 87%. So a little bit higher, and then also a little bit higher than our district average. The high schools were probably pulling down the district average. Next is that reading promotion that I shared with you. So there are the numbers. So we have 3 students at I Promise that did not meet that promotion score. However, all of them will be going to 4th grade because of the change in the law. Those non-selected students, out of 176 non-selected students, 70 met the promotion, 106 met the promotion score, 70 did not. So they were only at 60.22%. So that, we felt good about that data, that things were happening at I Promise to support those struggling readers. So the iReady diagnostic. So this is our tool outside of the state assessment, nationally normed diagnostic that we use to help us place students, but also see how students grow. So we give this assessment in the fall, winter, and spring. And so what I have here on the screen is just the student, well, I took all of the students in grades 3 through 8 and looked to see what percentage of them were on grade level, right? We know we started with 100% of our kids 2 years or more below grade level. So it's not too surprising to see that 2.46% at the beginning of the year were already on grade level. At the end of the year, the staff at I Promise were able to move that to 19.89% on or above grade level, where the non-selected group, so those students who are scattered around all of our other elementary and middle schools, they started at about the same place. And this is for this past year, 2.2%, and then we got them to 17.94. So just a little higher in ELA. In math, it did not look as promising. So again, the students started very low in the fall at on or above. The I Promise was able to bring that to 8% on or above by spring, where the non-selected students, the folks in the lottery scattered around the rest of the district, those students got to 14.45. So that, here's another way to look at that. So red being the non-selected, blue being I Promise, you can see that growth from fall to spring. And then in math, you can see, our rate of improvement there wasn't as high for I Promise. And then I also wanted to give you a snapshot of our Ohio State proficiency test. So this is achievement. So we're measuring the percent of students who are meeting proficiency or above. I like to look at this 2 ways. So this is ELA from the inception of the school in 1819 to this past year, 22-23. So I like to look at it horizontally. So if you look at third grade, when that first class came in, they were 15.7% proficient at the end of that first year. In 1920, you see those gray boxes. We didn't test in Ohio because of the pandemic. 2021, we were remote. So you see the third graders that year were only at 1%, 6.6 in 21-22, and then 22-23, we're at 23%. So when you think about the program, the services that our third grade team is offering, they're getting back to that pre-pandemic and even a little bit higher in proficiency. And then I like to look at it diagonally and follow that cohort of students. So if you look at, let's look at our current 8th graders. So in 18-19, if you look at that 11%, that was our 4th graders that year. And if you follow that down diagonally, we didn't test, and then we were at 5% during remote learning. We came back, which was a very difficult year for us at I Promise. We were at 8.2%, and now in this past year, they've stabilized again, excuse me, at 11%. And so I'll give you a second. You can look at that through some other grade levels. For example, our third graders, our inaugural third graders went from 15.7%, and then through the years, they're at 8%, so they have declined a little bit there as a cohort group. And then here we have math, so the same thing. That inaugural group, those 8th graders that just left us, they came in at 39.4% that first year, and then this past year was rough with only 9% proficiency. You look across third grade, 17.4 that first year. And again, that group is kind of stabling out. That team of third grade teachers are getting the same results as they did pre-pandemic. 4th grade, not quite as high, but they're bouncing back on the right trajectory. So here's another way to look at this. This is, the red line is ELA and the blue line is math. This is that original group of third graders. So you can see that OST score where they started proficient, and that red line ELA has dropped over COVID, and then it is starting to go back up as we get stabilized over there at I Promise. Math does not look as well, and so we'll be working on that this next year. Here's that original 4th grade cohort. So this group, again, took a huge dive over COVID, over some of our transition, but they're moving back upwards, and we would hope to see that grow as the years progress. I did want to share what happened to those 8th graders. So they are now scattered across our IPS or our APS schools. There are 92 of them. Very excited to see that some of our scholars went from being at risk 2 years below in 4th grade, and now we have students sitting in early college and STEM high school, and also scattered through the high schools for the district there. 18 at Firestone, 10 at Bookville, 10 at East. So a little bit of bad news. So just recently we got our designations from a year ago. So we have been waiting a whole year to find out how we did on our 21-22 report card. Those finally came in, and the I Promise school is labeled what's called ATSI, or Additional Targeted Support in a Warning School. So that's formally, many of you know that as focus schools. We had quite a few focus schools in our district, and that's based on subgroup performance. And so earlier you saw that we had a high population of students with disabilities, and our largest subgroup was Black, non-Hispanic. So those subgroups fell within the lowest 5% and got us that designation. We are expecting new designations in October. Post-pandemic, for whatever reason, the state was so far behind, but we should see this latest results come much quicker. So next steps, as I mentioned, there has been some transition over at I Promise. We are excited to have Stephanie Davis as our new instructional leader. We've had a team here internally looking at all of our principals and making the best matches possible. Stephanie has in-depth experience with students with disabilities. She's also has middle school experience, a veteran here in Akron Public Schools. We also have a new instructional coach. Our former coach wanted to go back to her passion of early literacy. So we're excited to have Rebecca. She is an accomplished teacher from Bookville High School and has moved on to coaching. And her last assignment was in an elementary building. So she does have, she has a great range of experience, also working with students with high needs. She is especially passionate about working with high needs students. And then we're also looking internally on how liaisons from APS administration can support the school and family and stakeholders. And then I wanted to share, Stephanie has met with her SIP team. So I think she had about 15 teachers come in on their own time this summer to talk about what's going to be different at I Promise and how they're going to take what they know and where they are now and look to the future. And so just to share a little bit about that. So they're going to be focusing on learning intentions and success criteria. For those of you not in education, they're really going to be focusing on the state standards, understanding what a third, fourth, fifth grader needs to learn and how we modify that to get them to where they need to be. They're also going to be working on their Tier 2 and focusing on board-adopted curriculum. I Promise has had some flexibility over the years, but we are getting back to basics and really focusing on core instruction and that Tier 2 and Tier 3. Differentiated professional development. So Stephanie's going to be looking and working with her coach to support teachers as needed. And then I saw their SIP team wants to make sure they're supporting their professional learning communities, their PLCs. Those are our teacher teams. And just making sure that they're looking at evidence-based teaching strategies that are going to help us close the gap and that they're focused on data, making some data-driven decisions, which is what PLCs are all about. So that concludes what I have for you today on some of the academics at IPS. We could do a whole nother presentation on our Family Resource Center and our LeBron James Family Supports. Can I entertain any questions? And Dr. Kaver, love your support.
Are there any questions from the board? Dr. Marnar?
Has there been discussion or ideas as to why there is such a difference between the results in ELA and in math?
That is a very good question. I'll go off Zach. I'm sure their SIP team, I was on vacation. I went to the beach last week while their SIP team was meeting, but that's the work that they do. So every month the team, they're looking at their data, they're looking at what they did last year and how they need to improve. And if I get more information, I can certainly bring that back.
Ms. McKittrick.
I'm not sure so much this is a question, but I'm looking at the current 7th graders. And so for 3 years, not one child passed the state test in math, not one for 3 years.
It is discouraging.
Okay.
You know, if we had said all along that this journey was going to be difficult because we are starting with kids who are 2 years or more behind. You know, we were very proud year one to say 90 93% of our students met their growth targets. And so that's what we keep striving to do over there, is to meet those growth targets, because we need to slowly chip away at that gap to get those students proficient.
Mr. Alexander?
Yeah, Mr. Lickey, those kids that she's talking about, they're currently going to be going to 8th grade, is that correct?
Yes. Well, no,
Seventh
I don't think
graders?
so. We have she mentioned over the past 3 years. So
Right.
the current 8th graders, they did have low scores. Was that okay? I thought you were going to.
So the reason I was just asking, where would they be going? For example, if they're 7th grade and they went to 8th grade, did we send them to those schools that they're going to, and with those schools they were going to, where there's some services that the current, with their school they were going to be going to, wrapped around them so you can help them to move forward? Because if they didn't do anything in 3 years, we'd hope that they have some services wrapped around them to help them go to a higher level, and so they can get out of that category of not passing that.
Yeah. So
Sorry. So that'll be the work, I think that someone already answered. They will be 8th graders this school year. So just to correct that. And so that is the work that the team will have to do. And so also it's an opportunity for us, as well as the school, to start looking at, before we were also trying to come back last year and look at our data, knowing that our data from the year before wasn't reliable. So we were trying to see what these trends really are, and we like to say that we started again in 2022 with a baseline of knowing where we are now that the pandemic hit, and that we're coming back from that. But definitely these will be 8th graders, and so this will be the work, to answer your question, Mr. Alexander. It'll be the work of the team at IPS and the support of the team down here as well.
I'm sorry, just so I got it right, they're going to be going into the 8th grade.
Correct.
Right, okay, so we're wrapping the services around them they need so they can go on an upward trajectory. And also that when they leave, I promise that they'll continue to move up with those services wrapped around them. Is that correct?
So that's what the work that we'll be doing this year.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Are there other questions from the board? Ms. Autry?
Thank you, Mr. President. So with all the schools that we have in the district, it's hard for me as a board member to keep track. So I know there's some extra things that I promise. What are the extra classroom supports? Like, do they have extra tutors in the classroom? Are the classroom sizes the same as our other schools? Is that a question somebody could answer?
So it does look a little different over at I Promise. So part of the master design plan was to have a 1-to-20 ratio. And so we do use funds from the LeBron James Family Foundation to have additional teachers to support that work. And into that first year, as we were working with our students and just realizing how much support they needed, we did adopt a co-teaching model in grades 3, 4, and 5. And so there's a lot of support in those areas with not only tutors, but intervention specialists and teachers coming in and out of the classroom to provide small groups, tier 2 interventions. And that's the work that Dr. Caver is talking about. The teaching and learning department has done amazing work this past year and working with our principal supervisors to make sure, whether you're at I Promise or anywhere else, that you have solid tier 2 interventions in place. Which, you know, we know is a science of reading, phonics for West Virginia phonics, phonics for reading, do the math. And so we continue to streamline that for all of our students.
So does every classroom have an extra body then? Is that what you're saying, essentially?
Does every classroom does not, especially in the older grades. But 3, 5, I could say yes. You're going to see multiple teachers in there. In the upper grades, we don't have that same co-teaching model, so you may not have an extra person there. And I would have to, their master schedule changed a couple times within the leadership, so I think I would have to get back with you to say for sure what was happening in those intervention rooms, whether the folks were coming in or if it was an extra class. But we could get that information.
I'm sorry, I have another question. So, and I know you stated that we lose students along the way, but they're not replaced, correct? That the only entry point is third grade.
Right. We did take, we talked about taking 100 students, but we knew we didn't want to replace them because we're trying to build a climate and a culture in this We Are family. And so we wanted to grow that and nurture it all the way through. So we took 20 extra students knowing that we would lose a few. We've seen that in our other specialty schools. And so we see that here too.
Are there other questions from the board? Okay, I've got some questions. Can we go back to the very first slide? There we go. Well, not that, here we go. So core principles, so we say trauma, responsive practices, STEM-infused curriculum, and wraparound supports. I see the starts. So are those not, how does that compare or contrast with our core principles at other APS schools that have similar that have bottom challenge performers, as in students who are below 25, the 25th percentile?
So I don't want to say I Promise is not special, but we believe in this everywhere, right? So we try to be trauma responsive in all of our schools. We're working on hands-on approaches. We have integrated science and social studies in our elementary schools, and we're rolling out family resources centers everywhere. So if I'm answering your questions correctly, it is everywhere. We have the grace to have support from the foundation to sit at the table and say, maybe this isn't working. What can we do? Can we ramp up services? Can we try something new? It's more of maybe a problem-solving approach when we're not seeing the results we want to see.
So, okay, so my second question, you mentioned that there's a kind of a joint conversation. So are there, and again, I'll confess, I don't know the staffing model at the I Promise Foundation very well at all, but are there folks who work for the foundation that you interact with that are educators or trained educators and experts in the field that you're interacting with to have these conversations? Or are these conversations that they're happening with other APS employees? Or is it both? I mean, I just want to understand.
It's both.
Yeah.
Many of the foundation core team do come from a higher education background. I believe Dr. Michelle Campbell is in something secondary education. So yes, I think a little bit. They're coming from the secondary world, but it's more of a think tank, I would say, when we come together in our organizations. We're about being open, honest, and transparent. And when something's not working or we see something we don't like, we call each other out, and then we try to do better.
Right, gotcha. So as I looked at the other bullet points here, extended school day and year, home visits. Can you unpack the home visit component? So is this happening with every single student? And again, how does that contrast with similarly challenged students at other schools? Are they getting home visits as well, or is it just students that are at the I Promise school?
Well, let me say it's the only one we have an MOU with in our collective bargaining agreement.
Okay.
And so we sat down early on with President Pat Shipe to carve out about 5 big rocks, and one of them was home visits. And our teachers get and I'm going to probably use the wrong terminology, but they get a day off. So we have 6-hour options. So you do professional development outside your work day. You get compensated with a day off. We have so much professional development at I Promise because it was built into our school day that we have an MOU that says if you do 6 hours of home visits, you get that day off, because we were already having weekly professional development. So can they see all their students in 6 hours? No. But we try to encourage them to reach out to the most at-risk students. I wasn't involved this year, but in the past, we have given teachers little half-sheeters with all of the information about the students they're going to receive, and we try to prioritize, build those relationships with the kids who you think might be challenging.
So as far as home visits, though, how many are being done? I mean, is that so? Is it so if I have 20 kids in my class, am I doing a home visit with every single one throughout the year, at least one, or is it just a subset throughout the year? Again, I just want to understand.
They're doing 6 hours.
6
So I think
hours,
they're
okay.
seeing 3 to 4 students that they have to see. Do they do more? I'm sure. We have lots of evening events.
Yeah.
We have other things. But to get the day off, and to my knowledge, there's never been a teacher who didn't do the hours to get the day off.
Yeah.
And they have to have them completed, I think, by November 1st.
Okay. So that's 3 or 4 a year.
Minimum.
As far
just
as the day
knowing,
off is
yes,
concerned,
is
3 or 4 to get the day off, approximately.
Correct.
Okay,
Yes.
roger that. And then the family resource centers. So I know Dr. Campbell's been kind enough to give us a tour multiple times.
Yeah.
So I've gotten a pretty good idea for what that is. Can you just talk to how that contrasts with the other FRCs we have at Mickey Bright, for example? As far as a similar setup, or how would you compare and contrast the FRC at I Promise with the other
I would probably
4
have to
locations we have?
turn to my coworkers. I have given 100 tours at I Promise and can tell you all the ins and outs, but I am not as familiar of the services provided by the other ones.
Sure.
So I don't know if that's something we can provide to you later, or how you would like that. But
So we have a lot of senior staff here. There's no one from senior staff that can.
Sorry, exactly what is the question
So I'm trying
regarding?
to understand how the Family Resource Center at I Promise compares or contrasts with the FRCs we have at other buildings. Is it the same?
I would have to say they're in concept, they're the same.
Okay.
It's about meeting with the families on an individual basis and then trying to meet them where they are and trying to secure the resources that they need.
Okay.
And so each one has the autonomy to create their own programming. So the programming that you see at Robinson really is tailored for that community, whereas Higher, who's just now coming on board, they may see that they need some different things for their middle school students. So really, it's not cookie cutter. It truly is based on their needs.
and I could
and,
say,
and ideas that the parents ask to have addressed.
yeah.
Okay.
And at the I Promise School, the anchor for the Family Resource Center is LeBron James Family Foundation, and they pay for their Family Resource Center executive director, Ms. Victoria McGee, while the other ones are anchored by United Way, and I believe they sponsor that.
So they're
person.
not all similar concept, but they're not all similarly resourced or provisioned from a budget standpoint. So I would say, I'd be fair to say that the I Promise FRC is far better resourced than compared to that which is at some of the other schools.
Well, I'm not sure if that may be
Yeah, no.
fair to
Right.
say
Okay. No,
necessarily.
So
Right.
what
I mean,
what
when I
is-
think about I Promise, if I'm not mistaken, they have a food bank on the grounds, whereas our other schools may not have the food bank on the ground, but they have a resource person that lets the families know where they can go to Akron Canton, or they have some students that are identified and they get backpacks of love where different community members actually intentionally create backpacks for targeted families. So again, the concept is similar, but how it's delivered is not. They have where we do have even at our elementary schools that do not have a resource center, we have clothing rooms for all of our scholars. Well, I Promise has a brand. We are family. You're not going to see that at all the other schools. You're going to see maybe some uniforms, some clothes that our scholars can have access to via their counselor if they need them, but they're not going to have branding like I Promise would have. So there are, again, the concept is there, but the way it's delivered is different.
Gotcha. So is there any sort of key learnings that you would share with regard to how we can improve the other? So I guess my question is there anything that's happening in the FRC at I Promise that we think can be rolled out at other FRCs? So I guess my question is are there things they're doing that we would say these are best practices that we should be having conversations with United Way about? How do we get the I Promise way of doing it into the United Way FRC?
I think it would be an excellent collaboration. I can only speak from what I've seen at the foundation and the way that they interact with their families and the public. is pretty awesome, and the services they provide and the partnerships that they bring in. It would be awesome to do that.
Okay. So my next question was on slide 4. It's the students with disability slide. If you could roll to that slide. So this is just a clarifying question. So for example, no. I'm sorry. This is the English learner slide. It's the next slide.
Okay.
So are we saying, for example, that, so let's make sure I have the right definition. So we have English learners and non-English learners. So if I'm non-English learner, that means English is not my first language?
Correct.
Okay. So if I'm reading this right, the vast majority of the kids at the I Promise school are English is not their first language?
It's the opposite.
Oh, non-EL, so they're non-English learners.
They're not labeled as, the way this slide should read is that they're non-EL, meaning that they are not labeled as an English language learner.
Gotcha. Thank you. Okay. All right. Great. That was. Thank you. I was like, what? Okay. All right. I mean, it's not a problem. I just want to make sure I was reading that correctly. Okay. And then my next question was looking at the attendance rate. So it's the 2022, 2023. And I guess what I'm trying to understand is the non-selected students are just about 1% and 3/4 less than the I Promise school. So I just want to understand, is there I guess I would have expected the difference to be greater with regard to the resources that we put into the I Promise school versus the non-selected school. So I guess, is there a reason why those numbers are so close? Or why it's not better than 88.999 versus?
Dr. Lash should come support me, but it has been a challenge, right? Across the country, we look at chronic absenteeism, and it's astounding, the numbers, not only in Akron, but across the country. From a school improvement lens, like, we have celebrated a 1%. Those numbers don't change easily. So I'm not statistically astute enough to tell you like how many absences need to change to increase 1%. But it is a measure that's hard to move. So maybe we could look into that more about how significant 2% is. And I think we have some folks on staff that could do that.
Gotcha. Thanks. Appreciate it. The next question I had was on the iReady ELA diagnostic slide. It's in a couple slides. And again, I'm asking these questions because this is the first time in 4 years I've seen anything like this presented at a board meeting. So this is my chance to ask my questions now. So, so if I'm interpreting this slide correctly, again, I'm thinking about the resources that we put into the I Promise school, which you were kind enough to articulate for us. And I guess what I struggle with in looking at this slide is the fact that the differential is so slim between the two, whereas my students who struggle, that are 2 grade levels behind, and you said there are roughly 1,500 kids per grade, right, approximately?
This is a group of about
No, I'm saying like citywide, it's like 1,500 kids per grade, right? Okay. So I guess for me, where I struggle looking at this data is, again, and where I'm coming from is we keep talking about the resources that we're putting in the I Promise school, and the kids who are at the other schools don't have anywhere near the same number of resources, and yet the difference there is not what I would think it would be. And I guess I'm trying to understand like why that's the case. And don't answer that question, because I'm going to roll it in a question, the math diagnostic question, which is the next slide. And so when you look at the math component here, and Ms. McKittrick touched on it earlier, the non-selected students, their growth, despite not having the same level of resources, nearly doubled up what the I Promise school did. And so again, I'm trying to understand, there's a disconnect in the data, because again, we preface this by the resources, and there's a differential there. And I guess I'm trying to understand, when I look at these slides and when I look at, the grade level slides that you have in here for OST proficiency, when we track from students from 18 to 19 and 19 to 20, the kids who are older, they're actually moving in it looks like some of these grades are moving in the wrong direction. And we're 2 years out of the pandemic, so I completely get the pandemic has an impact, but it also has an impact on the non-selected kids too. And yet the numbers that we're seeing here would suggest that my non-selected kids who don't have the same number of resources are actually performing better. And I'm just trying to understand why. And I think that, those people who follow this school fairly closely, I think it's fair to ask that question.
And, I would love to unpack that a little bit more. And, it is disappointing to see that math result. Hindsight's 2020. When I was sitting over there thinking about the presentation, I was like, I should have thrown in the growth slide. There's a couple comparisons we haven't seen tonight, which could help us unpack that a little bit more. So even though we're showing you the iReady diagnostic and we're talking about growth, if I could take kids who are 2 and 3 years behind and get them on level in 1 year, I'd probably resign and take my show on the road, right?
Yeah.
So this is still kind of an achievement measure. What we didn't show you is how many students actually made their growth targets, closed the gap, or met their stretch goal. So I can commit that to you because I think without that, we don't see the whole story because they do have a lot of resources. We also need to look at the percentage of students that are closing that gap. And the other thing that we didn't share, which I think if I dig, I could probably recreate it, is we don't have the comparison group here. While it's shocking to see that the 7th graders that I promised weren't proficient, I don't have that comparison group for you. And so I commit to digging deeper into that as we make comparisons.
Mr. Alexander? Yep.
I just want to say, so that we have a clear picture of this here. When you talk about the resources that APS gives, but there are also outside resources that come as well. So what are the resources, I guess, Dr. Hall may be saying that APS gives, but then there are also the resources that the foundation gives. Okay, so the resources that the school give the same as they give to all the other kids in the other clusters, and then the additional resource comes from the foundation, which is LeBron James Foundation, to give so these kids can have the additional. So I think that might need to be somewhat explained so everybody can get a good picture of what resource, because it sounds like when we say resources, that all the resources that we're given over there all comes from Akron Public Schools.
Right.
Right, and it doesn't come. It's only a portion that comes from Akron Public Schools. The other comes from the foundation. If I'm wrong, let me know.
Nope. Traditionally, prior to last year, the foundation was supporting us with about $1.4 million. That included a behavioral coach, support in a trauma responsive room, those co-teachers that I mentioned, 4 additional tutors, and the reduced class sizes. Because of COVID and because we've changed our class sizes, that donation hasn't needed to be as large. And to be quite honest, staffing has been a huge issue. We were not even able to hire all the tutors we needed. So they didn't receive a bill for that. And keep in mind, as I mentioned, we have been growing every year, adding 6, 7 new teachers. And in the place where we are across the country, getting new staff, it is difficult to get seasoned staff in there to work with some of these most at-risk kids.
So is turnover, I'm sorry, Dr. Marnar, please. No, go ahead, ask your question.
Well, I know that I guess I kind of want to bring some of this data conversation together. I know you said that you can pull some growth data and get some information there, but you also kind of described the conversations and the planning that you're having as a think tank together, and there are people there who are part of higher ed. It kind of made me think of, John Dewey's experimental school, right? And so I guess my question is there any form of formal program evaluation with a methodology going through with some of these decisions that are being made? So I understand that we have resources across the district and, United Way's doing this, and we can say, this seems to be trending as a really great idea. We should tell them this, but at the end of the day, do we know, is this statistically significant? Is this making a decision? The vote I abstained on, there's 2 cohorts every year of people who are doing action research. So people within the district, we have university partnerships all around. Are we measuring this?
You're looking at me. Okay.
I'll go first if you want.
To my knowledge, there is not a formal research study being done currently. So even with those individuals that are a part of the think tank, as we might call it, there has not been a formal. So where you said, is there a statistically significant difference here in these things? No one has done that type of statistical analysis as of yet. But you bring up a great point. I was smiling as you were talking. I don't know if that's why Keith called on me. And that we do have individuals, our own employees, that are going through those programs, and they always have to pick a project, right? A research study. So perhaps that might be one of the ones on the list as we look into the future. But there hasn't been any necessarily as of yet. And to Keith's points that he's already made, now that we have the data. So it would be different if we had 5 years of data and no pandemic. Then you would know exactly that for 5 consecutive years what your data looks like. And that's when you can start trying to either do your regression analysis or do something to try to figure out what are those factors that have contributed to these results. Here, of course, we have that, and we're not trying to use the pandemic as an excuse. We're saying that now we actually do have post-pandemic, the year 22. Now we have the year 23. We can look at these results and start to dig deeper, as Keith was saying, so that we can start to answer those questions as to why are we getting these results. Also, it's our first time having those scholars in this school in the 6th grade, in the 7th grade, in the 8th grade. So we don't have multiple years of 8th grade data in there either, right? To try to compare to see what were the differences. Did we have different teaching staff members? Did we have a different curriculum? So just to your point, to look at the research study stuff to figure out what is working, what isn't. And so that's where we are in trying to answer those questions now.
If I could just add, Keith did mention iReady, and it does come with a study, a research study that tells us where our scholars should be. And so I heard Keith say that's something we could bring back to you, because we would hope to see growth in order to start seeing achievement. So that would give us an indication if what we're doing is having an impact. And that's the data that he said is lacking at this time, but we do have it. So we could let you know through that information how the scholars are doing as well.
So I want to go back to, did you have another? No, please. Dr. Martin, you can ask another question.
Sure.
Okay. All right. So back to Mr. Alexander's point about the resource piece. Can you just explain that a bit more for us? The resource differential. So there's the APS, what APS provides. There's what I Promise Foundation provides. Can you just talk a bit more about what comes from I Promise versus what comes from APS for the I Promise school?
Yes, if I don't hit the mark, just ask me. So every fall or every spring, we sit down with the building leadership and we go through what's called a program design with all of our title buildings. And I Promise happens to be a federally funded title building. And so we look at that program as a whole. And so the staff and the building leadership get to decide, with some bumpers, how they want to spend that money. So I Promise, and again, I have been removed for a year, so forgive me if I'm a little off. They have supported a full-time counselor with those federal funds so they could have extra support. They were funding a full-time coach in a time when we only required half-time coaches. And then they were funding about 4 to 5 tutors out of the I Promise, or out of, their budget. And so with that, they could provide, tier 2 interventions with those tutors. The foundation purchased 2 extra teachers per grade level in grades 3, 4, and 5, and that brought our ratio down to 1 to 20. And then in 3rd, 4th, and 5th, you saw that our students with disability numbers were high. So if the district gave us 2 intervention specialists, the foundation paid for the 3rd one so that we could have this team of 2 teachers and a tutor working with a set of 40 kids.
I appreciate that, for that explanation. So I think I see Dr. Campbell in the audience. Thank you for being here, Dr. Campbell. Appreciate it. And again, we should be thanking the foundation for funding those extra resources that we otherwise would not have in those buildings. And so, I got to put my tough question hat on here. If I'm the foundation, and I'm not, but if I am, my question is I'm providing this extra budget for these kids, and yet we're challenged from a results standpoint. Help me understand, what is the ROI as I think about how and if I would invest dollars with you all moving forward, right? Because the foundation's job is not to educate our kids. Right. That's our job, right? So while we appreciate the resources that they're putting in, we still have a job collectively to do as well. And so when I look at some of these numbers here, and I don't have a question, it's just more of a comment. When I look at some numbers for ELA, coming out of the pandemic, and Dr. Caver, I'm going to come back to you in a second because you made a comment earlier about we don't have reliable data. I'd like to understand better what you mean by that. But when we look here for OST, well, first, my other question is, there's a view for this for the non-selected kids. And I'm just curious as to why we didn't include that in this deck. I think the board would like to see it as a comparison. But when I look at coming out of the pandemic, and I see, for example, I would expect the students to have, the numbers to have gone down coming out of the pandemic, right? So looking at 2021, 2022 is kind of being, all right, I'm at 7.1% for the 5th graders. Those same kids a year later were at 2%. I would think that the number would go up the further we got from the pandemic, and yet for a number of these grade levels, it's going down. Not for all of them. I mean, the 4th graders in 2021, 22 went from 5.9, so they doubled up the following year, right? But when I look at, and then if you flip to the math slide, it's an even more bleak. Please flip to the math slide. When we go to the math slide, I mean, I think it's even more bleak when you look at it. To your point, as you look at the diagonal reading there. So we've got kids that were in 4th grade during the pandemic, and those 4th graders in 3 years have not a single kid has tested proficient in 3 years. 3 years. Not a single kid. And so what I'm curious about, because again, I want to be careful not to make conclusory statements about the data without having the comparator data for this here, because I'd like to see how the non-selected students did with the same exact views you just showed for ELA and math. Because if I see that the 4th graders from 1920, that they're any better than 0%, I'm going to ask, well, help me understand what is happening differently at those schools that's maybe not happening within the I Promise school that would explain the fact that I've got 4th graders, none of whom have ever passed math proficiency, not a single kid in 3 years. So and you look at the students who were in 4th grade in remote learning, they came out of remote, they were 3.2% during the remote learning year. They came out of that year, they were 1%. So they dropped when they're back, and then a year later, it goes from 1% to 2%. That percentage differential. There's 100 kids in a grade. That's one kid, one extra kid. And then you look at the students who were in 4th grade in 2020, who were in 3rd grade in 2021. They went from 3.3%. They upticked in 4th grade to 9.9. Awesome, right. But then it went to 3% the next year. So again, when you're looking at that, there are questions that you would logically want to ask. And so not expecting you all to have the answers for all this tonight, but what's clear is that there has to be a part 2 of this presentation that we do, where we add some additional slides in, so that way we have a better frame of reference, that we're looking at this school versus the non-selected kids and seeing what these numbers look like? Because if it's similar, because if it's similar with the non-selected schools,
then the question is,
that's right.
How are we using our resources?
That's right. But if the numbers are better, because the math number that you showed on the previous slide for 3 through 8, it wasn't just better; it was significantly better.
Right.
You know. So again, you know, and I know that when the I Promise School started, one of the things I was excited about was I thought this school could be an incubator, to your point, think tank, where ideas would come out of this school that we could then, best practices that we could take and then inject into the operations of other buildings throughout the district. So, so that's why looking at the data today, I'm so disappointed in looking at it. And disappointed doesn't mean that anybody here is not doing their job, right? It just means that the data is what the data is. And so the last question I have, I do have one more, is your last slide, when you looked at, I'm sorry, I'll come back to Dr. Caver about the reliable data piece. But the slide that you show the 4 strategies, the next steps.
Sure.
Are these strategies that are new for 2023, 2024? Or have we been using some of these in prior years? And how does this contrast with strategies that we're using at other schools where we have students who are challenged to perform in the same way?
Well, I can give you an example. For the first one, learning intentions and success criteria falls under teacher clarity, which is an evidence-based strategy. We have about 33 buildings who are doing that work. This is the first year of I Promise doing that work. You know, have they been doing MTSS Tier 2 interventions? I'm sure they have, but I think getting to the, ensuring that fidelity, that it is the same program that the rest of the district is doing, like, I'm guessing that's where they're going. I'll have to dive deeper.
Okay, gotcha. And then Dr. Caver, you mentioned that there was unreliable data. Would you mind just expanding upon?
Yes, I meant that in terms of comparing all 5 years of our results, and I was saying it's unreliable to compare like one year to another, specifically looking at the 2021 school year and the data that we received on the OST regarding remote learning, as we know that was a year of remote learning. So what we're measuring is remote learning compared to what our traditional learning method is. So those results, looking at the reliability of those results compared to the other years, is just a little bit different. It also is based on, and of course I wasn't here, but based on what scholars actually came in to take the test during that year as well. So that was what my comment was in reference to, is that I don't have 5 full years to look at all of that information and just be able to compare exactly to one another.
So it's more fair to contrast 21-22 with 22-23 as opposed to including the 2021 remote learning year?
In my opinion.
Okay, roger that. Okay.
And I think it's worth mentioning, and I hope the foundation doesn't give up on us based on our academic data. One, remember there's a whole lot more going on under the hood with the wraparound supports. But when I think about, I don't want to use the pandemic as a crutch, but when you think about schools that went through that, I Promise was 1.5 years old. They were just babies. Their climate and culture, like they were still building. And then in the middle of it, we brought on 10 new teachers, 120 students, and we're still working on that climate and culture. And then that year they came back, we had some unfortunate incidences, and we had 3 principals walk through that door that year. Like, they've had some challenges, and we believe we have people in place this year that are going to help us get to where we need to be.
So to that point, I mean, is turnover a challenge in the I Promise school? I mean, you mentioned the 10 new teachers. You referenced it a couple of times in your comments. Are we struggling to have continuity as far as the folks who are teaching in that building? I mean, so if I were to talk to Ms. Shipe and ask about transfer rate and resignation rates, what would she say?
Yeah.
What would we say?
Well, we're looking into the data so we can give you that exact information, actually, so that what we say is based on factual information versus us. Like, we want to look at percentage, right? Look at the retention rate. So we are working with HR right now to actually pull that information, because someone else asked that same question. We just want to make sure that we get it. But some of that, when Keith is saying we're bringing on 10 new teachers, we were adding grade levels too. Right. No doubt there has been some teacher turnover, for sure. So, but we would like to get you the accurate information. But some of those hires he's talking about too, when he used those numbers, are that we were adding grade levels. So, and then I guess I can't too many times say I'm new here, but I'll use it one more time to just say that also one of the things that we want to look into more is that we also, in essence, opened a middle school during the time of a pandemic, and a lot of the initial work that from my limited knowledge of researching what was done here was put into the development of what did the elementary school look like and how was it built. And then, again, I'm new here, so if I'm wrong, someone just tell me, but I don't know if everybody came back to the table and did the same level of work, given that we were in the middle of a pandemic, to build out the middle school. And that's no offense. That is truly just my interpretation at this point. And so just looking at, all of that together and just trying to, figure out, because obviously even in the academic results, looking at even just this year, we can see where third grade is moving along. We're trying to get back to pre-pandemic levels, that we do have a lot more work to do in the middle grades as well.
Thank you. Because at day's end, I mean, if my child started at third grade at I Promise, they were two grade levels behind. If they spent 5 years at I Promise, I would not expect them to leave 8th grade still 2 years behind, right? I mean, and that's what it looks like is happening, and again, I mean, again, I'm not trying to be overly difficult with the questioning, but we're elected by the community, and a lot of folks have been asking us questions for years. So I appreciate you all pulling this presentation together for us. I know that there are probably more questions than answers, and it means that we need to come back again very soon to this board with a follow-up presentation with some of the questions that you got from some of the board members. I know I like to see the comparison in OST between the non-selected kids and this as well. And again, with regard to the strategies that are there, I appreciate your answer on that as well. And so, but for me as a board member, I just think about all the resources that we're providing, and I'm just disappointed that it doesn't appear like we're seeing the kind of change that we would expect to see, especially when we have kids at comparable schools that are not getting anywhere. Let me just say it like this: they're not getting similar resources, And so again, I'm looking forward to the follow-up to this here in perhaps next month. But are there other questions or any other questions, comments from board members? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lichty. Thank you, Dr. Caper. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, next we'll move to the treasurer's report. Dr. Thompson.
Well, the first thing I'd like to do is just take the liberty to promote you back to the interim assistant superintendent. I don't know if anybody caught that or not, Mr. Lichty. Anyway, I'm sorry, I had to take the opportunity. Anyhow, thank you, Board of Education, for the opportunity to update you all and the administration here. I know it's been a long night, and I'll move as quickly as I can. But it is very encouraging news that we're looking at in terms of House Bill 33, which is signed into law by the governor's office. So there are some major changes to school districts' budgets, which we believe will be beneficial to us. There are some caveats to consider as well, but we are moving in House Bill 33 from 2018 inputs. So they were using numbers in the formula from 2018. They are moving them to 2022, which on average is about 11% increase in state funding for public education. And I would be remiss not to give an awful lot of this credit to Ryan Pendleton, who was, of course, the former treasurer here in the school district, who worked very diligently at the state level for several years, and now we're actually seeing that work come to fruition and benefiting from it. So that's a big piece. A downside, which is going to be difficult to measure in our 5-year forecasting, and that is Ed Choice Scholarship is now at 450% above the poverty line. So what that means is that is approximately $120,000 a year a family of 4 would earn would be fully eligible for the full dollar amount to take to a charter school or a private school. And additionally, if you earn more than that, you're not zeroed out, it starts to tier out. So what that means is about 78% of all Ohioans will qualify for the full amount, and the percentage is even higher in the city of Akron. Another piece that's just concerning to me, being in the fiscal side, is we will now be required to take cash at all extracurricular activities that we charge admission to. So that just changes the game going back to when I was an athletic director, trying to have petty cash boxes and making sure your tickets match your cash on hand. And of course, they never did exactly. And so well, they didn't. This is the truth. So just going through all of that, again, is just one small piece of it. But I'm going to show you a table on the next slide, and it's showing you a net increase, decrease in revenue that they are the modeling based on not any updated measures that we've done, which we have, but this is on the submitted 5-year forecast to the state back in May. And you'll see that this reflects those revenues in a very favorable way. And when you culminate that all together over 4 years of our 5-year forecast, we're projected by state modeling to receive just a little over $70 million in additional funding. Now again, how that juxtaposes against Ed Choice, declining student enrollment, those are other variables that will certainly negatively impact this dollar amount.
Dr. Thompson, before you go on, can you go back a slide for a second? I'm sorry. So the state only funds 2 years at a time. And so, and you may have a slide on this in your, but I'd be interested to know the next, and by the way, $70 million, love it. I'm curious, I know that we're facing what we keep calling the fiscal cliff in 2024. Do you have a slide that's going to show the increase in the short term from the state? Is that in here too?
Yeah, I'm going to show you year by year.
Okay, roger that. Thank you.
You're welcome. So that's this slide coming here. So I'm not going to go into a lot of detail. I put this particular piece of the slide up there so that you can look at it across categories, and you can look at it across grants, unrestricted state grants, et cetera, et cetera. But this next piece that's going to fly in on the bottom is the piece that I think's really the important piece to look at. It's the cumulative projection for what our funding would be. We are in fiscal year 24, which can sometimes be confusing to folks. It is fiscal year 24, and we're projected to receive $9.2 million in additional funding. Then that 25 number, when we move into fiscal year 25, it's not 20 million more, it's 9 plus $11 million more for cumulative $20 million, or almost $21 million in funding. Then you can see the jumps get higher. We go to 44 million, what they're projecting. You are right, we budget in 2-year cycles, but this is what the projections are. We are on the state formula, and this is changes to the state formula. That doesn't mean they can't change it 2 years from now, but if it's left whole, this is what we're projected to receive. Then in 26, 44 million more. In 27, the cumulative effect would be that $70 million in additional funding. So essentially what that means, as we look more and more at our 5-year forecasting, again, asterisk, 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 we don't know at this point what student population's decrease is going to look like. We know it's decreasing. We don't know how much. Just to put that in perspective, 450% of that Ed Choice funding would mean for K-8 students, $6,165 would travel with them. If they're high schoolers, that's $8,407 would travel with them. So that's a lot of kids that can take, depending on what happens, and I think that's why it's so critically important that people know what we have to offer, people know the quality that is here, and we really spend some time focusing on that and making sure that people are aware and we're telling our story. But with that being said, the state funding going up 11% is roughly $780 per student. So you can kind of play with that math in your head, depending on how many students we maintain. So just some other notable provisions. Last slide here, folks. The disadvantaged pupil impact aid. I think it's really important for us to remember as we're budgeting, we are required to use funds in one or more of these areas that include mental health and behavioral health services through community liaisons and programs, which I think we do a really good job of already, and I'm confident we already meet this requirement, but I only emphasize it to know that this is where the state is pushing public schools to go, and we know we're already ahead of the curve. Akron already knows that, and Akron's already aggressively doing that. And then the other is a transportation issue, which could be a costly transportation issue as well, but school districts are required to provide transportation to all students with disabilities who live in the district but attend a non-public school if their IEP requires transportation. So there are other provisions in transportation as well, and I think one of the things we need to do moving forward next year is taking a hard look at who we're transporting of our own students, as comparing that to the ROI of providing that transportation versus losing those students to private schools or Catholic schools, because sometimes transportation is the single issue that drives people's decisions. You may live only a mile away from the school, but there may not be a sidewalk and a busy road that a student would have to walk down, and then that puts parents in a very difficult position. And then if they move to a charter or a private school, transportation could potentially be provided by the school district. So do we want to pay? Those are some of the things I think we have to creatively look at as we build out our budget. So again, any questions about House Bill 33? We definitely will be doing, we're working on our forecasting now. Superintendent Outley's done a really good job leading us in making reductions that aren't reflected in our May forecast. So those, when you combine that with being wise with our ESSER dollars, I think we've put ourselves in a position where we're tentatively once we get those numbers, the board can make a decision about the early primary, which is projected to be March 19th, not in May. So coming very quickly, if a decision is made to be on the ballot, is what I'm referencing.
Are there questions, comments, concerns? Ms. Autry.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Dr. Thompson. So I was just really disturbed to hear about the voucher piece. So essentially, you said 78% of Akronites.
Well, that's of Ohioans. Akronites will be even higher than that.
So Akronites would be even higher. So there's potentially families who've never even set foot in our buildings who could just get the voucher. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
So we have a lot to offer. We do. And so I can't say that enough. It's disappointing to hear that. And so for, those who are hearing this news out there and jumping for joy, I would say look at APS. We have a lot to offer here. And so just don't make a judgment just because this option is becoming, available before you even have given us, a try. So, but that was just disappointing, really, to hear.
I would further argue that the curricular options and programmings that are available here, I've never seen before in my career prior to coming here, and I've been in some of the wealthiest suburban schools, and they don't match the curricular options and programming that we have.
Mr. Alexander?
Yeah, I just want to kind of piggyback on what Ms. Autry said. And this is something I've struggled with for a long time being on the board and having a little bit of background in marketing. We don't market our district well enough, and that means telling what programs we have, what our students are doing, and we fail to do that. I think that's one of the reasons why we kind of lost some of our students and some of our families is because we don't market it. And you got to market. I mean, our district is a product, or we have product, and we have our students there. We have a service that we can provide for these students and for the families, but we have to let them know about it, market what we have so they can come see what we have, and once they come see what we have, they'll like what we have, then they'll stay here. But if we don't market it and they don't know, they're not going to come. It's just like all these ads you see in the various papers. These people are, companies and so forth, are marketing their products and their services, and we need to market our product and services. We got to do a better job of that. If we do it, then I think we'll be okay. If we don't, then we'll probably be the same old thing going backwards.
Yep. I agree, and even as the fiscal officer would tell you that it's time probably for us to put our money where our mouth is and put resources and funding into what is essentially what we're running right now, which is a one-person band with a little bit of help here and there, but actually resource our ability to do those things, because you can't do it without an investment and a significant investment. We'll hire Jennifer at our school. Sure, you're not interested?
Other questions or comments? So I just have a comment. So when you look at other industries that look at their customer base and the erosion of said customer base, they typically all open up. They have member retention teams and departments, right? And with school choice, I mean, because we already see it in healthcare too, increasingly. But with the rise of school choice, I think we have to start thinking about. So, in healthcare, we say patient care, right? And now where we've evolved to, it's no longer about patient care; it's about patient hospitality, right? And it's a similar concept, I think, that we're moving towards in education. The private schools certainly have it; they're all about student hospitality, and so. Not only the marketing piece, which I agree with you wholeheartedly. We've got to have a plan for how we do that. But the other part of it is the member retention piece. I mean, maybe what we need or ought have is a Office of Student Retention, where we have staff people there. I'm not here to say how it should be staffed, but staff members of differing backgrounds and expertise, that are able to outreach to families. Hey, if you're thinking about leaving, like let's do a one-on-one, because each kid who leaves, to your point, That's $6,000 walking out the door if it's a grade school kid, $8,000 that just walked out the door if they're a high school kid, right? And so that's the other piece too, is like, how do we, like, we ought to be talking about an Office of Student Retention where we are, because there's a lot of things we talk about, but if we're not intentional about those things, intentional meaning we're putting resources and a plan behind it, they're not going to come to fruition. It just becomes conversations we have at a board meeting that never actually go anywhere, right? So, I'm going to advocate with you all and with our new superintendent as he comes in to have conversations around this, because again, with choice becoming what it is, we can't afford to let students walk out of the door. And I tell you honestly, I know a number of families whose students are at private schools, and I won't name any of the private schools because they know who they are already, but they're already messaging the parents, telling parents, hey, by the way, we just want to let you know that we're going to be expanding slots in the classrooms, they're saying, but don't worry, because we're going to maintain the culture of the building and the school, because we're going to maintain our rigorous admissions process, but we are going to expand because taking more kids is going to allow us to pay our teachers more, right? And so, but my concern is, some of that's probably coded language, for the kinds of students that they are not taking, right? When I hear those phrases, it causes the hackles on my neck to rise. But again, it places emphasis on us. Like they're our students, but arguably they're our consumers, they're our customers, right? And so if we aren't marketing appropriately with the products and services that we have to offer to our customers and their families, they're not going to come here. They aren't going to stay here. I mean, there's a reason why Walmart, you can be wrong, and Walmart, with any customer complaint, they're going to hand you a gift card. Why? Because Walmart has done the math. They've done the math. Every customer has a lifetime value of $250,000 on average. So if you're mad, they don't mind handing you a $25 gift card because your lifetime value to them is $250,000. We could compute similar data for the average APS student. If I'm an APS student for 12 years, K through 12, what is the average lifetime value of that student to us? Well, it's 12 times at least $6,000. More, right? I mean, so how are we investing in resources? And when we think about ROI, you might say, well, if we put in place an Office of Student Retention, what's the ROI on that? Well, the ROI is students we keep in the district, right? So that becomes something that's easier to measure, But so again, so these are just some of the things I think, either we evolve or we die on the vine. That's where things are getting in Ohio. I can't comment on those states, but either we evolve or we die on the vine, by a death of 1,000 little cuts. And again, the private schools, they're amping up their capacity to take additional students from us, So it's disheartening, but it's not. But all hope is not lost, because we have a ton of talented people around this table and in this building, and in this room. Like I'm confident that we're going to put together a plan that's going to stem and prevent that from happening to this district. Because again, we were the first district in America to offer free public education. So, if we're going to stay on the cutting edge, we've got to be market driving and not market driven. So that's the gauntlet being thrown down. We've got to innovate our way out of this. So, Dr. Monar.
I just want to build off of what you're saying, because it isn't just the ROI of keeping. I understand that this is a treasurer's report, so this is a financial discussion, but. Additionally, by keeping students in the district, we are giving children stability, and we are having that consistency, the relationships in the buildings, in the location. It can be very tempting for parents to say, this thing that used to cost money now is free, and it can be tempting to say, maybe I'll try that out because I've never had that opportunity before. But the risk in that this year or even in other years is that lack of consistency for that child and everyone's classmates in the building. So I think this is a larger conversation. We are one of many public schools who are, having conversations like this. But I drive down the neighborhood, I see billboards, I see yard signs, like politician yard signs, but for schools. And I think that it is time for us to market.
Thank you, Dr. Marnar. Are there other questions or comments? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Thompson. Okay, next we'll move to, did I go out of order on this one? Yeah, I skipped the president's report. That's okay. I think I've done enough talking tonight. So next we'll go to committee reports. Meagle?
Did not meet.
Okay, all right. So no report. Okay. Finance?
No report. We'll be meeting August 21st. Looking forward to working with Dr. Thompson to create a robust agenda, and we know what the topics will be because we've been discussing them.
Thank you, Ms. Autry. Instructional policy.
Yeah, we don't meet until next, well, the 7th of August, but I do have something I wanted to share with everyone. We did receive an email on the 17th of this month from administration in reference to the sports medicine and health care professional pathways, who wants to adopt the textbooks Instruction for Sports Medicine and Athletic Training, the 3rd edition by Robert C. France. The cost will be $6,500, and it will be required training from for the district. The program will be on display for about 3 weeks out in the foyer there, so you can see it. And they're asking us to look at this here to vote on it by August the 14th. So it is textbooks, and they'll be out here in the vestibule for 3 weeks, and we can look at them, and they're asking us to vote on them August 14th. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. I actually have a question in follow-up to that. So I know I was in a conversation a couple of weeks ago about textbooks, and I think the comment that was made was that, you know, we're evolving to, so if I buy a textbook, I can't update that textbook, right? It's just paper, right? And so I know there's some districts that are moving towards purchasing tech books, if you will, right? So I don't know, Dr. Caver, if you want to comment on this, but are we talking about purchasing actual paper books, textbooks, or are we talking about purchasing the book online that can be updated every so often? Yep.
So the majority of our textbook adoptions are books online.
Okay.
For
Okay.
instance, our social studies adoption we just did, starting at all the secondary schools, they are pretty much online textbooks.
Okay.
For this one particular, it's for one particular class.
Yep.
Our CTE courses.
Oh, roger that.
One of these here that I classes, and they're electronic version. It depends on, sometimes with those courses,
Yeah.
there may not be necessarily an electronic version.
Roger that.
But this is just for one particular class.
Okay, I got you. I got you.
It's for the sports medicine class.
Is it?
It's electronic, or there may be an electronic supplement to it, but for textbook, it's
Okay, gotcha. All right, thank you. I don't have any more questions. Next, we'll go to equity.
No report.
Okay, thank you. Now we move to, let's see here, unfinished business. This is a resolution extending the appointment of Todd Atkins as the interim treasurer for the Akron City School District. Can I have a motion to accept the resolution to extend his appointment as interim treasurer? It's been moved by Mr. Alexander. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Ms. Autry. Is there any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, roll call, please, Dr. Thompson.
I left my glasses over there. Here we go. Bear with me. Mr. Alexander.
Yes.
Mrs. Autry.
Yes.
Dr. Hall.
Aye.
Mr. Perry.
Yes.
Mrs. McKittrick.
Yes.
Dr. Molnar.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Okay. So we don't have any new business. So there's no. So is there any new business anybody would like to bring forward? Okay. All right. Then we'll move to item 31, which is a motion to recess into executive session pursuant to ORC 121.22G1 for the purpose of considering the employment and/or compensation of a public employee or official of the school district. Is there? Oh, and we will more likely than not have action after the exec session. But is there a motion to recess?
So moved.
It's been probably moved by Mr. Alexander. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Ms. Autry. Is there any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, roll call, please. Dr. Thompson?
Mrs. Autry.
Yes.
Dr. Hall.
Aye.
Mr. Perry.
Yes.
Mrs. McKittrick.
Yes.
Dr. Molnar.
Yes.
Mr. Alexander.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. We stand in recess at 8:12 p.m. Welcome back to this regularly scheduled board meeting on July 24th. We're reconvening at 9:46 p.m. From executive session. First, we're going to move to the item 32.1, resolution 23-102. Is there a motion to approve this resolution?
So moved.
It's been moved by Ms. Autry. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Perry. Is there any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, roll call, please, Dr. Thompson.
Dr. Hall?
Aye.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Mrs. McKittrick?
Yes.
Dr. Molnar?
Yes.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Mrs. Autry?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you, Dr. Thompson. And then our last item is I need a motion to enter into a service contract with Burns Van Fleet Educational Consultants.
So moved.
It's been moved by Mr. Alexander. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Perry. Is there any discussion? Roll call, please, Dr. Thompson.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Mrs. McKittrick?
Yes.
Dr. Molnar?
Yes.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Mrs. Autry?
Yes.
Dr. Hall?
Aye.
Motion carries 6-0.
Okay. Seeing as there's no additional business, I'll take a motion to adjourn the meeting.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. Perry and seconded by Mr. Alexander. Is there any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, roll call, please, Dr. Thompson.
Mrs. Autry?
Yes.
Dr. Hall?
Aye.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Mrs. McKittrick?
Yes.
Dr. Molnar?
Yes.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0. We are adjourned at 9:48
p.m. Thank you.
Here goes.